Happy Thursday, everyone. I honestly had to double check that it was Thursday because when I was writing my Instagram story to post the link, I'm like, it's Thursday, right? Right? I'm like, if it ends up being Wednesday, I'm gonna be devastated. But also, I just want to say a big, it's like, I guess happy, how do I even say this? I don't know what I was going for, but happy National Bagel Day. I didn't know that was a thing. Sadly, today I have not had a bagel. I would love to have a bagel. We don't have any bagels. So if you are fortunate enough to have a bagel, have one today because it's National Bagel Day. Anyway, moving forward. This is what we worked on yesterday, and I totally forgot to take a snapshot of it and put it in PureRev because I've been keeping track every day that I've been practicing because I want to see like a year from now, like if I've improved. So we're gonna do that before we clear them out and do a couple more studies from these images I pulled out yesterday because I honestly feel like I didn't get enough time. Because yesterday, what was yesterday? Yesterday I think is when my computer crashed. Man, that feels like forever ago, guys. Yeah, so thankfully my PC did not crash today. Yeah, I had blue screen of death yesterday. I don't know what happened. I'm supposed to upgrade my computer at some point. My brother keeps reminding me that I need to do that. It's just one of those things where it's like, you gotta do it, but it's a bit of a pain, you know? So taking out the time to do it. And then like, you don't want to do it on the weekends because that's when like you're kind of having your day off. Where is this file? So yeah, it's tough. Here we go. I just gotta do it. I gotta put on my Nike shoes and do it. Okay, let me write the date. Oh, that did not work. Put the chicken up here. I want to do more drawings of the chicken today. That was yesterday was the 14th. 26. Still getting used to that. Yeah, the Olaf studies we did, I guess that was last week. Those are really fun. That have been last Friday? Was the 9th last Friday? Yes, it was. Okay. We're tracking. I'm trying to make sure I keep these in order of date. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Here's all the ones we've done so far. Not too shabby. All right, let's save. Actually, I already saved. Let's delete this. So these are some notes I drew. What line? These are my marks, and I'll keep this because I'm gonna need it. Let's pull out a good eraser and a brush we're gonna like. Okay, we got a good eraser. Brush wise, maybe we switch things up, guys. Let's see if we can find probably not a painterly brush, maybe something. What do I got? I have so many brushes. The Adobe gives you like actually a lot of free ones. That's kind of fun. This is the one I use for my Y2K ducks, actually. Has a very slight texture. It draws really, really small if you want it to. It's kind of a nice feel. This one's called Bristle Drag. Actually, this feels nice. Let's go with this one, guys. We're gonna study more of the chicken. Let's see if we can find more pictures of her. Robin Hood. Disney. See if the internet can find us some just snippets from out of the movie. That's pretty good. I'm kind of hoping to find... Okay, I love this. This is really good. This is her running. What else we got? Okay, we got another one of her running. I like the running, actually. This is gonna be fun to study. We'll probably just get going with these because I could pick out reference images so the cows come home. But we do not have time for the cows to come home. Okay, let's do... This image is a wee bit large. Alrighty, trying to make sure I got enough room to draw. Should we just work with black today? I normally use like a color. Maybe we do like this. That's kind of nice. So yesterday I was kind of seeing like she's like almost like an oval shape, but here she's almost more like, it's almost like this shape. You know what I mean? And then the head, we get this nice like straight line. This is really nice like forward motion to it. But I drew... Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Emma. So the arm, shoulder would have been like here. Again, we get this nice sleeve. She has really big hands. Almost getting like... I think this is where they have her like do almost like the football type pose. So from the front, her legs really, they're mostly hidden under the dress, which is hard, but you really don't see them. But here in the side, we can see a bit of like the joint as she runs. Like the little feathers on the end. But we don't really see too much of her like ankles. It just kind of goes into a foot here. Dress really covers most of this one. Here we get a little bit. We get a little bit of ankle. Now in terms of the head, I wonder how they calculate like in terms of consistency. Do they just bring this up until it meets and then that's where they say the head is? But if her head was lowered, so like, I don't know. Like, how do I make sure that her head's always... That's why I wish I had, like, the character sheet where I could see more of how they measured out her proportions and stuff. I feel like this is where maybe it just comes down to, like, the artist just getting really used to knowing how to do it. I don't know how that worked. Because then I feel like it's like our head's too... It's not enough head, it's just body. This is a tough one, guys. And to correctly... I feel like we're looking at something maybe like this. Then the beak would come. That feels a little bit better. And she's got her little hat. Perhaps I didn't make the back long enough either. Let's draw her again. Some other poses. That one's terrible. The head's like here. So we do get a little space. So imagine like almost like a big triangle here. Like that. So they have it sit off of it a bit. Maybe about like here. In terms of how the head is shaped, maybe I need to go with more of like for eye lines about here, with more like flat on the top. And then it gradually comes down. These feathers. Again, the corners of the mouth come pretty high. Then her hat. Maybe that looks a little better. Not where I put the eye though. There we go. Yeah, that's a bit more like her. A little better. I just wish I could find some more see if the internet has any help. Yo, it's the wrong chicken. It's pulling up the rooster. Disney Robin Hood concept art. The Friar Robin. But where? Don't really see any of the chicken. We're on our own, guys. Perhaps I shouldn't have chosen this one. I feel like I need to choose characters that have pretty clear like character sheets for me to study. Let's see if we can find something better. Maybe something from Aladdin? You know, we never did study Mickey Mouse. Pinocchio. The cricket from Pinocchio. I did want to try something different. That's the only hard part. Well, maybe we can problem solve this. Because if I want to be able to draw her wings holding up her dress. Then I have the racket. Here we don't get as much. See this arm cuts up here. So we get a little bit of the tail in here. This foot's kind of like pushing forward. Let's try. Let me pull up like a pose off of Pinterest. I want to try and see if I can replicate this, but in a different pose. So based off of what I know, she's almost shaped like this. And here we probably wouldn't see any of her legs. We probably get to see dress kind of comes up. And the feet like that. And her head maybe more like forward angle. The shoulders be like this. I'm gonna have her one like feather like this. And then this other one coming out. And then like this. It's probably her sleeves. If her head was like here, it seems like it would be flattish at the top. And all of her outfit just kind of like blends into the rest of her body because she's kind of got like the, it's like a veil, you would call it. And straight on, what's going on with the face? Looks like the beak kind of would come up like this. And maybe we get a little bit of her cheeks poke out a little bit. Maybe we should have her mouth open. Kind of like she's smiling. And in terms of the eyes, sometimes they're cute. Sometimes she's like feisty looking. Let me see if I can find some more like neutral face. Here's a little more neutral. And she's got a hat. Little eyebrows. Her eyes almost look, we got this little line underneath. Oh, you know what? It's almost like it comes up a little bit more like that. And then they do like this type of deal for the inside of the mouth. All right, she looks a little creepy right now. Oh, and then we forgot she's got like the little bottles. Should I dish? Which don't really seem to like have too much depth to them. They just kind of fit in with the character. And the eyes are like ovally shaped. Well, guys, it's it looks pretty rough, but we're learning. We're learning. I wonder, I think I needed to add more like sides here on the face, and then it comes down. And then her dress. And it has these little... Alright, I'm not supposed to get into details. That's not terrible. I wish I could get this running pose better. Let's see what we can do about replicating that. So she's running pretty fast, so if we straighten the back section out more, I think it'll help her look more like she's leaned forward. And then we get like this foot here. If I put this on back a little bit more, I think it might help kind of exaggerate the run a little bit. And then, okay, what happened to our music? I gotta put on loop, guys. All right, now we're cooking. Just put here. And then her arms seem like they'd probably start about here. Sleeves. All right, we gotta hurry up because we can't study too long because we got work to do, especially since we're going to be working on the Storyboard Animatic today as well, because we cannot neglect that. So our head's about here. Maybe we can use the hat to like tell us a little bit more about the angle. And the eyes are really far forward, kind of giving us that determined. Oh. Maybe I didn't choose the best brush for this, but. And then this side of her head kind of comes down. It looks like they have her wattles start above her cheeks, which, I mean, it's been a while since I looked close at our chicken, but I'm pretty sure it starts under the beak. But that's okay. It's just a design choice. And then it just gradually goes down to her neck. Yeah, these are not very clear, the ones I'm doing. I feel like the motion's better in that one. At least a little bit anyway. Her knuckles almost more like this. Her thumb. Here we go. That looks a little better. Now, yesterday I kind of regretted not doing some more loose stuff, so let me see if I can just find some. There's some studies somebody else did. Honestly, what I should do is just find like a clip from the animations and just like pause them and do different studies of those snapshots, because those would honestly be probably pretty helpful, because then you can kind of see how it ends up moving. The head here. Her sleeve's pretty big. I wonder if there was like a specific, like, this is how big her sleeves are, or did they just kind of like animated around how it felt? Because sometimes it seems like it's exaggerated more than it is, but then other times it's a little bit more, it's a little bit smaller. Okay, let's see if we can get her beak right from this. I don't know if this is actually, this might be a study somebody did. We should just do a whole like study session where we just draw like Disney birds like beaks, because they are so good. And I always struggle with that, you know? Making them look, I don't know, convincing enough, I guess. I got the hat on too soon. I think our foot actually needs up more because it's more like this. The feathers. Foot's shaped almost like. Okay, her dress like bunches up here. Her sleeves like up like that. Oh, we actually see her tail here a little under her dress. And then This foot's down here. The dress comes up like that. There we go. Feather, 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 feather. That one looks pretty good. I feel like I was getting a little bit looser with it, which is nice. Just gotta loosen up, you know? Oh, they have her knitting in one of these. That's so cute. I love how like dynamic this character is. Like sometimes she's like calm and sweet, and other times she's like super feisty. It's like the best character. Okay, she's like I probably did enough of that. Yeah, she's like the best friend everybody wants to have. Maybe we just do some quick sketches of real people. Let's see if I can find some ones that are actually. It's hard finding poses where you could properly see like how the person's positioned. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's a little bit annoying. I need to start using some of those other websites that people recommend with like different poses, because you know you do see a lot of the same poses from Pinterest and you can almost like recognize. It's like, oh yeah, I know the exact pose. Like I've drawn that one a lot. Not that it's really a bad thing. It's just sometimes it's like I gotta make sure I diversify my drawings enough, so I'm actually trying new things and whatnot. This like here, but one thing I did once, I did in Blender, is I took like a dance practice video and I just like every couple frames would copy the drawing. Not the drawing, the pose of the person dancing, and it was really fun because at the end you get like a really loose, like gesture drawn version of like that dance. And you also get used to like drawing the pose. Also, it like really helps you notice and appreciate like all the little subtleties to dance. And like when they're moving really fast, you don't notice like all the little pieces that have to go into some of the choreo, but then you're just like, oh my gosh. Like that is harder than it seems. Shoulders like this. Maybe we can exaggerate this pose a little bit by playing with the proportions. He's wearing like very strange boots in this picture. They're a little bit weird. Here. And this one. This shoulder is like here. I have mine turned at a bit sharper of an angle than it actually is. The shoulder, seeing a bit more of it on this side. You better believe we're making a whole month out of just studying hands. Because your girl's, oh my gosh, not so good at hands. And she's got a little hat on. Her hair. Always end up making people's hair curly or wavy. Do 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 do. Sneak a bit out like that. And the boot here. My knee's pretty much hidden behind here. So then we get like the calf. That's like this angle. Yep, I do not like this pose. Here's what it needs. I feel like it needs rotated. This is almost even more. And then like this torso is actually more like and then we see more of the leg hidden behind here. This one comes forward. Honestly, I don't even know if I can stand like this. How's she doing this? What is happening? It's like more, oh, okay, it might be more like that. And then this leg actually needs bent more like this. Guys, this is testing my skills. Perhaps I'm not doing enough gesture drawing these days. I'm feeling like a disconnect between my brain and my hands, which is not good. So we gotta get back at this. We gotta make sure we're doing some. Yeah, still looks like hot trash, but we're not gonna stress over it. Everybody's got bad days. Let's do one more and then we better work on the book because it's already 2:37. Maybe we do a fun one. Okay, no, I just lost it. Wait, let's do this. It's like a character jump. They're seeing like this part of the arm. Really only the side of the torso here. His hands back like this, and his head's forward. Let's push that angle a little bit more. It's gonna be really thin. So this needs almost somewhere straight down. The shorts. Perhaps we can't see a whole lot of the torso here because we got this shirt. And he's wearing a jacket. Probably these are all like photo shoots from like magazine covers, and they're all like layered in whatever clothes they're advertising. Just in the back of the foot here. And then the knee comes out more. It's about there. This foot's angled down. What I need to do is just go through and do some of my own gesture time drawing videos that I made. Because I did do that. Okay, I like his hair. That's kind of cool. It's like shaved on the sides, but then like long on the top, and I think he has it braided. Maybe I should try that with my hair before I grow it out again. We're not really seeing it, but I feel like we need another hand back in here. So wait, if it's this, it'd be like this. Maybe we wouldn't even see the... We even see the other... Whoa, that's not pinky. There we go. Oh my heralds, this is breaking my brain. Alright, it's a bit rough, guys. I feel like we did get better with the chicken, though. We did get better once we did play it around a bit more with the... Played around with the designs a bit more, and we got a little bit better at the chicken. Alright, so yesterday we were working on... Let me shrink this down more. We were working on the children's book, and we got to almost have this one page finished. Let me save this quick. Tomorrow we're gonna do some different character designs. We might do Mickey Mouse. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Oh my gosh, my room looks so blue, guys. It's not actually that blue. I just have to adjust the camera, but I'm gonna leave it because any minute the sun will pretty much set, and then I'll just have to turn on my overhead lights, and they are really warm, so it's gonna balance out. Okay, first things first, we're gonna grab the character sheets, which we need, which are in here. And we're gonna draw the rabbit next. And I believe I did not write. I think we were doing, that was like 20, size 20 brush. Alright, so we use this as our eraser. Let's compare. What do you think, guys? That's kind of given the same line width. Let's merge these two layers. Merge. All right. Let me name this Jamie. Guys, I gotta get more sleep. I've been so bad about going to bed. I was like, I want to play games, but then it gets late. Last night I was watching this, like, what would you even call it? I guess like a reality TV show with my sister. So I was up a bit late watching that. But they get you, you know, those like cliffhanger type endings. But it's good because it's all in Japanese, so I'm like double two birds, one stone, you know? I get to enjoy watching it, and then I also get to improve my Japanese. But I woke up early enough this morning that I was able to play a little bit of Heartopia. Quick grab my dailies before I had to crawl out of bed and face the world. And honestly, that is like the nicest thing. It's like when I first wake up, actually the very first thing I do is I go through all my kanji flashcards. Which may not be a great idea, but I thought of it this way, like if I'm able to like quite literally half asleep, because I'll fall asleep while I'm going through some of them. If I'm half asleep and I'm able to recognize the kanji, that means it's really in there. So that's, you know, so I'm trying to like push myself. And I think that's also like a strategy they use to like fight Alzheimer's, right? Like they say when you get up, you're supposed to like work your brain. And so, you know, that's a win-win, right? I honestly say my, like normally I would write a card like, yeah, this one was kind of hard. I need to review it in like 2 days, 3 days. Now I'll be like, I actually need to review that today. So I think it's helped me be a little more honest with like my reading proficiency. Because like I think I got to the point where I was like, if I look at it long enough, I can figure it out what it means. But like, you don't want to have to be able to, you don't want to have to like stare at a sign that long. Like, or what if it's like a subtitle that's going by fast, you know? So like, you gotta learn how to read fast. So that's what I'm trying to get better at, but it's tough. I spent this morning too, probably shouldn't have spent so much time on it, but I was trying to learn how to rig in Blender. And my heralds, it didn't make any sense to me. So I'm gonna ask my brother if he has any rigging experience. He doesn't use Blender, but like some of the stuff transfers over. So I'm hoping and praying he can help me figure it out. Also need to update my Blender because while I'm doing tutorials, it's like they're on a different version than me, which may have been part of the issue. But I'm like, the functions they're talking about don't even exist. I'm like, I'm not that far behind on updates, but I know Blender's been making some updates to their animating stuff, so maybe it's gonna make or break, you know what I mean? So I should probably be updating that. But I am gonna learn how to do it. I'm determined. Again, it's just like learning where all the buttons are and like what's the workflow, and then I'll be able to kind of like change the designs into something that'll work for me. I was watching how you can make like 2D rigs in Blender where you can do like full turnarounds. You have to draw all the frames for each turnaround, but if I did it for my deck characters, it wouldn't take probably too long because they're very simple. So I think it might be worth like perfectly like rigging a whole deck so I can make a show or something. Like the initial time would be hard, but when you think about it, you get the base there, you can change its outfit relatively easy, and then yeah, I'm hoping to be able to figure all these things out. Just another learning curve. I have to admit, when it comes to 3D, I feel like a total idiot. It's like, I am out of my depth. The hard part is like, I know enough to like understand a lot of the basic concepts. And so like, it doesn't blow my mind in the sense where I'm like, wow, you can do that. Like I'm like, yeah. I know it can be done, or I've seen it done and how it's done. But like, I don't know how to do it. So it's tough. It's like, well, I know that it can be done in Blender. And I have a general idea. Like, I know what I'll need, like, right? Like, I need the character rigs, and then I'm gonna need different, like, grease pencil layers, and, you know, like, naming them properly. But once I try and give it a go, nothing like being humbled. Humbled by Blender. Like so many of us. But once it works, it should be great. Famous last words. Here we go. I think, guys, that this head needs to come forward, actually. Just a wee bit. Da da da. Do. Okay, so in this one, I gave him a tail. He has a tail in this one too. But he doesn't. Oh, shoot. We gotta decide. To tail or to not to tail. I think we tail because I like it with the tail. More realistic. I don't want the turtle experts being like, great book, but the turtle didn't have a tail. Okay. Let's draw on the insides of these lines because I feel like I made turtle a little too big. Arm. See how that looks. Are we gonna end up with a tangent? That's the hard part. 2, 3, 4. 5. Do 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 do. But this hand's all wrong. Yeah. Wait, let's get rid of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Plus the thumb here. Maybe connect it a little bit more. Again, it's getting tough, but like I want the line work thicker, but then it starts making like some of the elements look kind of weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's move this inward a little bit. Is this gonna connect up? That's the question, I think. The line went from there. I think it would curve in a bit tighter. Yeah, that looks alright. Yeah, today I don't think we're gonna be working on the painting though. Just so you guys know, because I really want to get some work done on the Reggie boards as well as the silly ducks, just because those are my kind of my priorities right now. 2, 3, 4. But later next month, I will be working on probably an oil painting. So we will be doing, hopefully what I'd like to do is wrap up Reggie 1 and 2 so I can focus on the oil painting when I start it. And then just have like one thing less to do while I'm trying to get that done. Just gonna leave that out. Okay, let's fix the hat. So we definitely will be doing more paint studies. It's just not today. But in the future, it's definitely in the plans. Honestly, we're just keeping these simple. Okay, turtle has a tail there. But the turtle does not have a tail in this previous shot. Is it this one? No, it's a... I'll have to pull it out. It's another frame. Let me add a note on my... little thing here. So I make sure I remember to draw it in. Do 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 do. Alright, let's see the mouse. It's the mouse and the Mayflower. Let's merge these layers. That mouse. Should I draw the raft in with it? Okay, we didn't get juice boxes very often when we were kids, but I have to say they were like one of the coolest things. Like, you felt so cool when you pulled out like the straw that was built into it and you stab it in the box. It was just so cool. I'm not sure why. But there was something about it, you know? It was kind of like those little like pre-packaged snacks. They weren't that good. And they came with like, I don't know, cheese or something. But it was the packaging that made it feel special, even though it was terrible for the planet probably. Because it's such like a waste. But when you're a kid, you don't think about those things. Ignorance was bliss, I guess. Honestly, I should have put this mouse character in the story more. They're kind of cute character. What did I name the mouse? Guys, I never named the mouse. The mouse is just called Mouse. That's a little tragic. Y'all have a name you think the mouse should have? Put it in chat, and we're gonna just name the mouse that. I'll let you guys decide. Mouse needs a name. Mouse does only show up once in the book, and that's just because I wanted like a random character as well at the party, so it felt a little bit more like something like characters that Sammy wouldn't recognize. Something that would scare an introvert, you know? Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Can't wait to color these. The tooth. The eye. I almost feel like style seems to come that way a little bit. Alright, ears. I'm gonna keep the background like just almost as simple as this here. I might add some like grass blades in, but for this book I really wanted like the characters to be the main focus and not to worry so much about the background. Kind of like in Caillou, where everything just kind of fades. I'm not that proficient in backgrounds yet, which is something we're gonna do this year, is change that. But I kind of already decided on this style for this book, so I'm not gonna suddenly start drawing in a ton of background stuff. I heard somebody say to like treat like backgrounds like a character, and I was like, that's a really good point. Like, what kind of story is the background telling? And that kind of really like helped me kind of like reevaluate how I would probably approach even starting a background. And I also think I get way into like the details, and I think what I need to do is like rough in the ideas without worrying about the perspective too much. Just like, sorry guys, I keep yawning. Just like a general idea of the background, because that's kind of like how I start a character. We very loosely like rough in like the pose and stuff. So I think I need to do something more like that. Alright, so I put the raft on a separate layer, I'm pretty darn sure. Mouse raft, here we go. And what else? The pool. Just gonna go up here. I think this is in the background. Alright, so let's do Biggie with cake. And then this one I'll use a 25. Yeah. Maybe if I made a cup of tea with a little bit of caffeine in it, I could wake up without being totally wide awake later today. If I do that, I need to do it soon, because we're already 3. Alright, let's think about what we dislike about this pose before we start. I think we need to make I think I'm making it too low. We need to come in closer. Let's see how that looks. I think I like that a little bit better. And I'm having the point of the beak up a little bit more. Also, I think I might have the bottom a little too low. I don't think I usually have Piggy's beak reach that low. I feel like he's not questioning enough looking here. There we go. As far as the center of this hat goes, I think I got this center line off a bit on the top part here. Do 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 do. Let's raise this a little bit here. Yeah, that seems all right, right? Yeah. Until it's back a little bit more. Let's see the body. I'm gonna do the eyes on separate layer too, because I feel like I didn't quite align. Fix that. His head is tilted up a little. But I feel like almost. It seems good. And then I can put the pupils on this layer. Just in case I want to adjust some a little bit. I almost feel like I should. There we go. It's the little things, you know? Alright, we're gonna wrap up this and then I'm gonna make tea. I'm gonna see if I can find something with some caffeine in it. If not, I might just brew myself a really weak cup of coffee. Because it's gonna be no fun watching me if I'm yawning like every 5 minutes. There we go. Alright, Emma. You can't do it all in one stroke. If I can, I love to be able to just do like really clean like line where I don't have to do a bunch of strokes, but you know what? It's not always possible. Depending on the angle and the steadiness of my hand that day. Some people are so good though. I find that some days where I'm just more tense than others. I need to do like wrist exercises before I start drawing. That's probably a thing. I mean, alright. I warmed up like my brain. I should probably. I wonder if that even would really help. I'll have to do some Googling later. That seems good. Try and keep that foot a little bit thinner there. Do 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 do. All right. I think I put. Let's see if I could just steal the cake. Yes, it's on a separate layer. I'm so glad I did that. Boom. We're gonna tangent with the pool. We're gonna have to fix it. But let's get rid of the line work from. I can essentially turn this whole layer off now. Yeah, that looks alright. I think we'll just end up moving the pool layer. We finished another page. Yosh. Okay. Stick that in here. So the next one, let me pull this up. This is 9 and 12. So the next one's gonna be 13, 16. Here we have a little spoiler, guys. You may recognize this penguin. This is Regina. And she is part of the Reggie lore. She will be part of, like... And do you think we just leave these lines the same on the left side? I think I might do that. So we're get rid of... Okay, they're in here somewhere. Is this... We gotta figure out which layer. Here we go. Up the opacity on this. Apparently I never did the finish line work on that. I'm really not gonna... I think I might do the backgrounds as I go along. Man, this is confusing the way I layered this. I'm gonna lower her just a little. Because her head is hitting the food truck. We're definitely gonna redraw on the right because they are much bigger. So this is sketches, page left. These are color fills I did. We don't need those. These are like original sketches. Sammy too. Oh, so I don't have a page left or right. I just have... Okay, good to know. I just have Sammy 2 and Regina 2. So this will be Sammy 2. Line thicken. And Regina. 2 line thicken. Alright, let's go grab some tea. Let me put something on. You guys aren't bored out of your head. While I go hunt down caffeine. Storyboards, where's those projects? We already watched The Burning Ship, I think. Let's do the VR zombie one. Finished. Is this the finished one? Looks like it has... Yeah, this is it. How do I make this smaller? Is that even possible? Yes, here we go. if you guys can see it. And then there we go. In case anyone joins and is wondering where I went. Let's just move this over a little. Alright guys, I think I can put this on loop. Let's see what happens at the end. Alright, we're cooking. Alright guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some tea. Okie dokie, I'm back. So sadly, apparently we do not have any tea with caffeine in it. So I just went with one that's gonna taste good. It's like a honey chamomile. So we're just gonna hope that a drink helps me feel more awake just because I'm drinking it. Is that a thing? I have no idea. Watching these old animatics, it's like, oh my gosh. I feel like I've come a long way in Blender. This one was a pain. I had a lot of like, some reason it wouldn't let me do fills on that one shot, and it drives me crazy that I still couldn't do it. So that's why that one shot didn't have fills, but there I didn't know how to fix it, so. I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out though. It's based off of like an experience I kind of had in VR, one of the dungeon games we played, so I did not really time the mother there too well pacing wise. I could have done that better, but this is all kind of how I wanted it to be, so that was so hard for me to pull off. I think this is once I had finally had that add-on though, so things were a lot smoother. Level unlocked. The amount of times I've run into things, guys. I have like a little it's not like a board, it's like, you know how you can build those storage containers out of those little metal grid things? Well, I have one of those and I attached like a string to it so it can hang on the wall. And I have like photo cards on it. I have some pictures of like me and my friend / cousin. Shout out to Sarah. And then I have like some letters people wrote to me that just say like nice things on it. And I was playing Beat Saber. No, I was playing shoot, was I playing Arizona Sunshine, I think it was. And you better believe I like full force smacked that thing off the wall. Everything blew over. It was a mess. It was just like, yeah. So when you play VR, you know, you really gotta be careful. After that, I started like, what I would do is I would put like something, like I have like these, like it's like filled with like rice and flaxseed, but it's like a hot bag you can put in the microwave and it's like heavy. So I would put it on top of my foot so I would remember not to pick up my feet or move. And so that way I do not turn around when I'm playing VR. Yeah, that all it takes is hitting it once and you're like, I just broke everything. Where is this layer? Oh, there we go. Okie dokie. Let's start with Regina. All right, let's think about line wise. This is 35. That's 60. I almost think 60 is where it's at. Because, wow, that was a really good line, Emma. Let's just simulate this quick. And not zoom all the way out? Oh my lord. Actually, yeah, I think that's 60s where it's gonna be for this one. Or maybe we'll be a little bit safe and just play with the, yeah, 50. Because we don't want her to take up too much of the shot, actually. I don't want her to be like, her line work is disrupting to the flow. Also, I thought about it. I need to make an overlay for my stream for when I go to get a drink, because I do be making tea and drinks a lot, so maybe I need to bro, it's a tough angle. Maybe we hit it like that and then come from the top. Do do do. Do do do. Okay. I'm gonna finish this arm, and then I need to take my tea out of the cup. Oh no, it already did. Never mind, we're good. I have like a really bad tendency of oversteeping my tea, which I was learning can make it more acidic, and I'm really trying to be careful not to drink anything acidic and then not like if I'm not gonna rinse my mouth right afterwards, I don't want to be drinking it because I'm worried about my teeth. Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't realize my mic picks up me swallowing. This is not ASMR. Do 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 do. There we go. Alright, we just need to do the bill. Or the beak. Da 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 do, da 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 do. Alright, let's do the eye. Wish we had move just a little bit because we don't want a tangent. That seems good. Alright, let's do Sammy. First thing that's kind of hit me off is that I don't like. I think I'm gonna draw the inside line with Sammy. Let's do a 40. Cause we were what, 50? Yeah, let's write this down actually. 50 pixels for Regina. And we're gonna do 40 for Sammy. I guess that's looking all right. Have a little bit of an overlap here. And then work our way into the inside of the next line work. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Kind of sucks because I was just watching a video because I just finished like a surface design collection and it has no like illustrations to go with it. And then last night I watched this video and she's like, you know, surface design isn't all patterns. Like you should do like illustrations to go with it, like simple illustrations. And I'm just like kicking myself. I'm like, why did I create an all pattern collection? Because I thought I was doing too many illustrations and not enough. So what I might do is like pull some elements from the pattern pieces and put them together. It is hard because a lot of like, it seems like what companies want to have like text and font in with the designs. And that's like a whole nother skill set. I'm like, there's so much I need to be learning. Like, I am regularly overwhelmed. Let's just say that. I'm really envious of people who don't, like, they've found their, like, style and, like, what they need to do to make a living as an artist, and they don't have to be constantly doing everything. I'm a little jealous of that. Probably some people say, like, oh, don't like diversify yourself too much, but then you got other people saying, like, you have to diversify. So I'm like, they both make valid points. And they both have examples of where them diversifying or not diversifying was beneficial. It's like, what do, you know? But I was kind of thinking about it. Being an artist, like what that means as like a career standpoint is kind of like saying like, you know, like what art style, like the diversity in art styles is just as diverse as what like careers are like in art. Like one art style does not fit all, and one art career does not fit all. Like there'll be similarities, but there's always like little deviations. And that's why I'm kind of realizing that like I'm never gonna fit into an exact little perfect package of like, this is what I do for a living. Like, I'd love to be able to say that. It would be really nice because then I wouldn't have to think so much about how do we do in all these other things. But I don't think it's always that simple. It's tough because these days it's like, I don't even know if I should bother pursuing storyboarding anymore. But it's like, I really enjoy doing it. I love the process. I love the style. I like everything about it. So it's tough. And sometimes, you know, you wonder like, artists sound a little bit privileged when they're like I do this all the time, and maybe you guys can relate, where you're just like, you know, like I don't know what else I would be doing if I wasn't doing art. Like, but how many people have to pursue careers that they really don't love, and they're okay with that. And I kind of like, what is it about artists where it's like, we just feel like we can't live unless we're like creating, you know what I mean? Like it consumes us. So I don't know. Like it makes me wonder, like, I don't know what it would be like. Sometimes I wish that I didn't really care about what my career would be and what I would do until I retired. But the thing is, like with art, it's like I don't ever want to retire. Like I don't see a point in my life where I stop creating art. You know what I mean? But if you're working like more regular jobs, you know, at some point you either need to like physically stop, which can happen with artists, or you know, it's just normal to retire, you know. So I don't know, it gets you thinking about life. It's like, did you choose the right thing? And like, would I be able to live with myself if I decided to just give up and then pick a career that was a bit more safe? Like, I don't know, would I be filled with like regret down the road? I feel like I would be. Like, I'm not sure I've given it my all yet. So I guess we gotta keep going, guys. Another thing that I think about frequently is like, I feel like we hear a lot, like as beginners, like we are, is that like from anyone in the industry, like animating and storyboarding, you hear a lot of like, you know, like it's a really tough career, and it is, but it's like they usually hear people say like you gotta be really passionate about it, you know, you gotta be like passionate enough that you're gonna stick through with it. And the question is like, how do we measure passion? And I always get hung up on that because I'm like, I don't know if I'm passionate enough, because so far I have not been willing to sacrifice my health. Like, I know a lot of people will just like stay up nights and not sleep, and they don't worry about exercise. They just devote their life to like their craft. But the problem is like I don't know if I can do that, but I'm also not ready to quit. I'm just like, I don't know. So it's like, how do we define passion? Is it defined by how much we're willing to sacrifice? It's kind of a tough question to me. So I feel like if you're like me and you find like that kind of like disheartening, where it's like you don't think you've got the passion to pursue it, I think maybe like a better way of phrasing it is like you don't need to know, and maybe to find something that's more like physical proof, in the sense that like how many years are you into this, right? Like, are you willing to dedicate some time of it every day? Like, is it something you actively are studying and are interested in? Like, maybe that's a better measurement of passion, rather than just what you're willing to sacrifice. Like, how much space and time does like these things like take up? Like, how much of your day, like how much of your mind is occupied with what you're wanting to pursue, you know? So I don't know, it's interesting, because like, why just because we're artists we have to sacrifice so much in life for like, you know, our health and like relationships, because we just gotta sell our souls and keep creating. And I feel like that's kind of like a twisted mindset that's probably been brought on by just how much like art has become a product, I think. And it's like, the faster and more you create, the better machine you are. But I feel like when it comes down to like the truth of the matter, like that doesn't mean one person's more passionate than the other. Maybe one person can just go longer before they break. you know? I don't know. I feel like that's why I've been hesitant to even let myself think about working, you know, in like a big studio, because I'm not sure that I could keep up with the people who work there. Like, they are truly like passionate about their craft. But I'm like, maybe there's a space for me in this world where I can work to the much as my ability without sacrificing my health and still be an artist. So I'm just trying to like find that happy medium, you know? I'm not afraid to work hard. Like, I'm not afraid to put in the hours, but there's a limit, you know? Where, you know, you want to make sure you live past 40, you know what I mean? Yeah, I always joke and say this. It's funny. I like saying it because nobody wants to argue with it, but I always say I'm here for a long time, not a good time. And nobody ever wants to argue with that because they want you to be here for a long time. It's always amusing. I like watching people's responses when I say that. I'm like, what are they gonna say? Like, don't you want me to have a long time? All right, let's pin the peoples. I feel like I'm getting a little more like philosophical today. I don't know what's with me. Here we go. It needs you to go up a little bit more. I don't know, guys. What do you think? How we looking? Let's rotate this camera big. I think I raised them too much. All right, so this is Sammy's layer. I'm gonna keep the old glasses layer separate. Merge, 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 merge. Where is that? Here it is. Almost feels like I need to warp this perspective a little though. That feels better. And I wonder if I should also, I'm gonna rotate it a little like that. Okay. So we decided to keep these ones the same over here. Let's see what the next page has in store. Okay, so this is where Figgy shows up. We should probably take a screenshot of the other page. Let me get a drink of tea. But we need to get rid of... That's not on that layer. I think it's Sammy too. All right, there we go. I think I was talking about this yesterday, but I'm thinking a lot about like with doing fine art. I'm like, is that something I should be, I don't know, pursuing? Not fine art, well, also fine art, but like physical art, I mean. Sorry guys. Like, is that something like I should be putting more time into? Like, is now a good time to maybe like pursue more of like physical arts, since everyone's kind of getting kind of like with AI and everything making art, like will there be more value put into, you know, like someone who physically paints something? So that's something I want to think more about. Definitely, if someone asks me like where do I see myself when I'm like, Lord willing, able to retire someday, like what will retirement look for me? Because I'm gonna keep creating, and hopefully I would like to teach also. Honestly, I'd like to teach now too, which I gotta look into how I could do that. But yeah, when I'm older, I'd really like to just absolutely quit all digital. I might do it for fun, but honestly, like to just have the freedom to paint like the masters did, where like if I want to take all year to just paint like a landscape or like a still life, like I can do that. Like I can take my time and just study art for the joy of it, you know? No pressure. I feel like that's where I really see myself. And like that's the dream is to dream, you know? And like maybe I decide I want to make a little animated series. Maybe I do that, but it's all just for fun, you know? And that's something that, you know, you can't, I have to be more careful about where I invest my time. Oh shoot, what did I do, guys? What? Bro, some mistakes were made, guys. I don't know what I just did. How do I get this back into the side panel? It's a tab. Oh, it's in like full screen mode. I think that's the problem. It's only giving me 2 options. Oh shoot, what did I just do? Let's change the workspace. All right, window. What is happening? I've done this before, but usually tabbing, like, maybe just close Photoshop and pray when I open it back up. It's fine. Why are we back to this? Oh, I switched files. That's what happened. But I can't see. I guess I had it open. In today's episode of Everything Goes Wrong, Emma breaks Photoshop again. We go to Essentials. Okay, let me think about this. I fixed it. Okay, we're good. We're cooking. I just have to remember there's... Oh my gosh, not that. How do I get this to open but not like insanely huge? All right, we do that apparently. All right, guys, we're back. We are back after I broke everything. We're gonna save this file. Somehow I ended up switching files. I don't know how I did that. Apparently there's a hotkey for that one. Okay, Figgy. I think the problem is sometimes my keypad thinks I still have control held down, and it'll think controls held, and then I'll hit a key on the keyboard, which was probably F, like full screen, because I was writing Figgy's name, and that's what happened. So there's that. All right, Figgy 1. We're gonna do brush size 30. 30 feels about right. Yeah, I feel like I want this to be larger, so. Otherwise, people might not notice this drawing up here. What was I saying before this? Before I crashed it. I was talking about something art related. Oh, about just like going like full like physical art and no digital. Yeah, that sounds, honestly, that's what I want to do when I'm old. Older. Old is relative. Something I want to figure out is how I can use my art to like also maybe like team up with like fundraising groups. I feel like that would be really fun. Like I want to do, like I was saying this to my mom, like I feel like does art really help anyone? You know what I mean? You're not like a doctor or whatever. Like you're not gonna save anybody's life. So I'm like, what are some other ways that like I can use art to be like a way to maybe like raise awareness for certain things that might in turn help people, you know? So I gotta keep an eye out for things like that, especially if I can end up building like a bigger audience. Like I feel like it's your responsibility as a, I don't know, I just feel like it this way, like if you've been like giving certain like blessings in life, like you should return the favor by blessing others with your own blessings, you know, like share the load. I think that's how we can help each other. Yeah, and I just feel like I want to find ways to do that because I don't think I haven't had enough, haven't done enough things, you know? Like I've given people like gifts that are art and I know they like them, but I feel like I want to do something more impactful than that. I don't know if you're anyone out there who has ideas and you need an artist for your project to fundraise for something good, feel free to reach out to me. Okay. Let's see, I think I'm gonna fix this. Like just a little bit. Am I happy with that foot up there? Yeah, I'm happy enough with it. So let's think about Figgy 2. Maybe we leave this line thickness. And then we'll thicken up this one. Figgy explains. Let's make this one like 25 pixels. Because this one is kind of like a part of the scene that pops out more. There we go. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like my plan with the ducks. Like if I can get better traction with those, like even like I was saying, like making a series. Like maybe the ducks could be like a nice catalyst for like working into like making art that would be for good causes. You know, and then using the ducks as kind of like dressing them up as needed for the cause to like fit whatever it is. So that might be kind of fun. Like maybe the ducks could become a lot more than just silly ducks. Like you never know. Maybe people really like them and then we can do something bigger with them. There we go. Oh guys, I gotta lock it in. I gotta figure out how I want to do this face and if there's anything I need changed. Poor eye. I think I need to bring up the side a little bit. Hold on, let me get a drink. Okie dokie. Let's raise up the side a little bit. I have a tendency to draw that right side way too like sloped. It's probably more like this. I feel like when I think about things that I would want to do like fundraisers for, there's definitely like a lot of things like around the world where people could be helped, but honestly, like I feel like there's a lot of people here just in the United States who could use a lot of help. So I feel like I'd want to start here, and then if, you know, if I'm ever lucky enough to be able to do bigger projects, like collab with like worldwide stuff, that would be awesome too. Yeah, and these are just hypotheticals, but you know, if a girl can dream, she can dream. I wonder if I should have had the tail visible in this shot. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. I did have like an idea for like, it'd almost be like a food truck because you wouldn't really like dine in, but I thought about, wouldn't it be nice to have like a place where people could get like proper breakfast without it being like junk food? Because I feel like Americans' breakfasts are either like non-existent or crap, and I was like, what if we could make a more balanced, like a balance in like a breakfast that isn't just sugar and carbs, more like a breakfast that has like fats, protein, carbs, of course, because you do need carbs, and like stuff like that. Like we could offer like vegetarian options as well, but like the point wouldn't be necessarily like we'd make enough profits where we could properly pay like employees and like of course like be able to like make the food and stuff. But like I feel like most people and like places focus on profits, but like this place would be, the point would be like creating a place where people could get like a proper breakfast that's like affordable and also really quick. So, you know, like everything's pre-made, you know, kind of like those pre-made salads and stuff. So it'd be just like you'd grab and go. It's like that, I feel like would be nice. I feel like some companies would get angry, like fast food places, but it would be interesting to see, like, is that even possible? Or is it like, are these places actually charging what they have to? I highly doubt it. Like, let's face it, everyone's out to just make as much money as possible. And if people pay it, they just keep raising the prices. So I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of interesting to see if it would even be possible. But that'd be a really nice idea. And then I thought like, okay, so maybe we do want to make profits, like more profits than just running the place. But the point would be to also be like, it would be like a fundraiser place. So not only are you getting like a great breakfast, you know that any of the extra money you'd have to pay for it, which ideally would still be cheaper than going anywhere else, would be that like that money is going to go like a fundraiser. So maybe it's like helping people who like can't afford, you know, like dental or health stuff, or maybe like people who need help paying rent, or like I don't know, like childcare stuff. Like that would be kind of cool. So yeah, I talked about doing that. And like the whole like, I was like, well, how do we make this like take off? And there's one thing I've noticed is like Gen Z, and I think, I don't know, I don't really know any alphas, but I think alphas probably are into this too, as well as millennials, is that like we really like stuff that's like aesthetic, right? So like the whole way we market this place is we'd have to be really on top of like social media and making it like cool to go to this place, as well as like our packaging needs to be like really modern looking. Like this can't look like some like poorly government funded thing. Like it needs to look like a proper like business, which is like kind of like the side that I feel like I could help with the most, because I really like brand design. Granted, like I'm not great at it, so I would need some help, but I would really like to be part of the team that does that, like creating like a brand with the movement. I just feel like it could work if it's done right. So yeah, that's kind of like one of the things I've thought about. It's probably like one of the first things I'd like to do. But like our main thing would just, it would be like, to start, it would just be breakfast. Just to give like at least the start of your meal is good. Because I feel like, I don't know about other places, but here in the US, like anytime you eat out, like unless you're loaded, like it is not affordable. But it's like, who, like if you're working, right, and you don't have the time, you know, like what are some more affordable options where like we could have food that would actually be good for people and actually like quick as well as affordable. Yeah, so, and like the meals, granted, are not gonna be like the bougiest thing you ever did see with like gold flakes in it. It's gonna be like practical, like what's the word I'm looking for? Like wholesome? No, like what's so hearty? Like hearty like meals, right? So, you know, it may not be for everybody, but like the idea is gonna be like, look, this is not the meal that like you take your date out to. This is like the meal you have every morning for breakfast, so you can start your day like well. But I think it could take off. I think it could take off if we do the branding and marketing right. That way people don't just think it's like some crappy food place. Like, we gotta make it look appetizing enough. And that's where I think like packaging and branding helps. I'd also really like to put a focus on like not using much plastics as well. So maybe more like sustainable stuff. But like, I'm not gonna do it if it, like, first and foremost, it's about making like affordable breakfasts for people. So that would be like the main focus, but eventually like being able to like use less plastics and like make that happen along the way. Like, I truly believe it's possible, and we're not gonna have to like jack our prices up as much as some other companies like to tell you they need to, since they're using like sustainable practices. So I don't know, just some ideas. I got a lot of things I'd like to do, so we gotta work so we can make these things happen, guys. Okay, so hold up. How do we feel about the line work on Sammy? Honestly, I think I like it. I think I'm just gonna leave this page. What's up that opacity? Maybe no, if I do Regina them, you know what, let's put it up with the other ones and see how they look together. I think it looks good because I kept Regina very thin lined on the other one. So I think we're good on that. Oh shoot, hold up. I was like, why does Piggy look so weird? And that's because I had that line work. Okay, hold up. I do notice something here I don't like with the hat. Do 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 do. I just want to raise this side a little and lower this side a little. Look bad if we erase that out. Here we go. Better. Let's delete it out of here. We are slowly inching our way to getting through these guys. These look fine. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. I think this page is fine. This one I want to do something with. Let's pull that one up. We're gonna save this. Let's get that file. So it's probably gonna be bum bum ba da 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 do 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 do. Children's Book Project. So that was 13 to 16. Is it page 20 then? Yes. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna close that one. Actually, maybe just the right image. Because Alright, let's focus on page left here quick. Let's get rid of the rough sketches underneath. But I want to keep the truck layer on. That's like 2% visibility. Here's the background. Like, I can't even see that. Alright, so Figgy. I already did actually expand the... This is 30 pixels. Yeah, I think I just didn't do the one on the right. Which we need to do. So let's go on over there. What do we got? Go on this layer. Are these all... Sometimes the truck's on this layer. How do I take that out real quick? Okay, we're good. We're cooking. Let's lower the opacity on these separately, and then I'm just gonna fit the new ones into this layer. This is the Figgy line thicken. How thick though? That's a 25. So this over here says it's a 30. Yeah. Should we do 30? I think I'm gonna do 30 on these. Actually, hold up. Let's do Sammy's hands. Maybe do 25. That's still a whole lot bigger. Yeah, let's do 25. Let me write that down. 25 pixels. Fix the hat a little bit. I think I'm gonna bring this down just a hair. And center wise, man, I finally got to the part in Heartopia. Like, I'm getting through the like beginner stuff, and I'm finally like seeing how they have their house building kind of like formatted, and they did a really good job. Like, it's honestly like it's so easy to build your home as well as like customize like the walls and the shape. It's so much. I don't even know why anyone would even play Animal Crossings anymore, because like you aren't stuck with like the standard outside look in the house. Like, you can build a completely custom design. Like, the walls and everything can be like kind of like on shoot, what am I trying to think? I guess like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Ark or Dune's building system. It's a little similar to that. Like, you can build like your walls and doorways, but then it also lets you have all this like cute furniture. Yeah, so the possibilities are endless. I'm just kind of like working on getting through the tutorials, but I have plans at some point to build a really insane house, which is gonna be fun. I'm like, I've been looking for a game where I can build a crazy house. Cause like I've been feeling like playing Minecraft lately, but I'm like, I think I want to play this instead. I just wish the PC version was better. Like, I want to build on my PC instead of just actually, which reminds me, I should probably check my phone's battery. Not too bad. Okie dokie. Actually, I'm gonna charge it. Let's see if I can grab my cable. I need to get a longer charging cable Well, I haven't done it yet. Because it's like the one I have works, so it's like putting the money into buying one just because I'm tired of like constantly bending over and reaching under my desk. It's like I don't know if it's worth it. Okay. Yep, Heartopia is really fun. If you're into cozy games, highly recommend it. I kind of like how the peak looks here. Well, it's a little bit tough here with the bigger brush. Trying to make the mouth. There we go. Let's put the eyes on another layer. Be nice to ourselves in the future. Did I just change brush size? Yes, I did. Guys, it is almost 4:30, I realize, and I should be working on the silly ducks with you guys. Not working on this anymore. So let's just quick finish up this drawing, and then we're gonna do the silly ducks. It should be a little bit more entertaining for you guys to watch because this line work stuff does get rather boring. I mean, I get bored while doing it, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's not my absolute favorite thing to do. Okay. Wings. It's funny because I was talking to my brother about like why cozy games are so popular. And I feel like we were both kind of like, you know, like this is like the kind of time where it's like, I feel like a lot of people are stressed about stuff, and like having a game where you can just do a lot of the things you can't do in real life, like own a home and make a living by selling butterflies and sticks to people. That's like the kind of life we all wish we could have. So I feel like playing those type of games, it just feels like everything's so simple, you know? Like you sell some butterflies and then, oh, you can afford a stove in your house. It's like, real life isn't like that. And it's like, we just really need like a getaway. But they're also like games where you feel like you're kind of like building something. So you're either like making your house or you're working towards like expanding it or something. So it's all like things that can be achieved, where like I feel like a lot of things in life, like a lot of the big things, are just so like unachievable these days, where a game like that's kind of great because you can actually have a home of your own and you could have a cool job where you just go out catching butterflies to make a living. Like, I would take that job. Like, who wouldn't, you know? Like, how nice would it be? Like if life was like a game where it's like you get up and you're like, man, I got a full day ahead of me of catching butterflies, fishing, and like picking wild berries, and then I gotta walk to the market and sell them, and then I'm gonna buy new clothes. Like, that sounds like a really nice day. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so that's why I think like kind of like cozy farming games are pretty popular. Okay, I wonder if I got this tail. Let me measure this length out here. Yeah, that seems about right. All right, we gotta wrap this up because we gotta start drawing some. Well, I already did the line work on them yesterday, but we're gonna do the color fills for some duck drawings. I figured I would just work on them off stream just because I know it's kind of boring watching line work. So I was like, you know, I'll save you guys the boredom. All right, this foot, this little toe. Okay. Let's zoom out quick. Yeah, I think it looks right. So tomorrow we'll do Sammy in that line size as well. Let's open up. Bum ba dum bum bum ba. Here we go. I was like, did I open the right one? But we're still in January. I'm like living ahead in February already. I gotta live in the moment. Be in the present. It's like, it's hard to believe it's a new year already, but it's also like, I don't know, I feel like I've accepted it, which is pretty good. All right, so oh yeah, that's right, man, guys, we did so good yesterday. We got a fair amount done. Yesterday we did the sick duck. Honestly, I still like it today. That's cute. Yeah, this one I showed. So we gotta finish coloring the running duck. I got the base fill layer in. I think I decided we are gonna do that cute like brown and like white spotted duck that we saw on the internet. And then I don't have any more designs to do after this. I think as soon as we finish this, we should head on to doing the Reggie storyboards. But back to the children's book before I close this. We only have 4 more pages to go, guys. We are almost actually done. Because after that, I started doing the line work properly. So that's really good. That went faster than I thought it would. Which means I need to get the text and script for the book in order because we need to start figuring that out so we can start coloring the illustrations. So we gotta do that. All right, let's see if we can find that image of that duck again because they were super cute. So it was like a lightish tan brown and then it had white spots. Okay, so I think I clicked on this one. Oh wait, was it these ducks? These are cute. Okay, the runner ducks are hilarious. I didn't realize until recently that the call ducks actually come in different colors. And I'm like, can we get a call duck? Like, I don't know. Because I really like the spotted ones. And also really like the cayugas. They're black ducks and then they have like these little like spots as they get older. really, really pretty. Like maybe we get a Cayuga call duck. Where did I find that image, guys? All right, we're gonna have to get more specific with our internet search here. I really wish we had some tea with some caffeine in it. I'm falling asleep, guys. White and brown. This kind of looks like the picture, but they were like, it was patchier looking. Not like this. It exists only in memory now. This is really sad. Oh wait, that one looks a little like it. Brown and white spotted duck. If I can't find it, we might have to compromise. Which is not the end of the world. What is this breed? These are like Dalmatian ducks. A magpie duck? Man, there's so many. A tawny duck? Oh, maybe that was it. This one's awfully cute. I feel like I'm getting close, but still not finding the image I wanted. This one's kind of pretty. It looked like a paint horse, but like a duck. You know what I mean? Like, what did they call that in duck breeds? It's not called like a paint. I only know horses, guys. A long list of my useless skills. I can name a lot of different horse breeds. Let's see. All right, let's see. Brown and white spotted duck breeds. They're not what I was looking for. Do I just do it from memory, guys? Oh, hold up. This is an exact the exact picture of the duck I saw before. But it's similar. Oh, I found it. I found the image. Yes. Okay, guys. This is the duck I was trying to find. Hold, let me turn my light. It's so blue right now. Okay. This is the duck. Oh, don't want to break my chair. This is the one I was looking for. Finally found it. Okay, cool. I just think this is so cute. And it's like, the other ones were brown, but it was like a light brown. I like this one's darker against the white spots like that. That is so cute. All right, we're just gonna... Sorry, other duck. I'm gonna crop you out of it. There we go, so we're not distracted. Reference. I might have to turn off my fan. Because it is getting way too cold, guys. Alright, so... this will be feather. Feather fill. So we're looking at like a warmish brown, not too warm. Let me set that layer under this one. So maybe we'll fill it with the brown and then we'll add the white. Kind of like in this. Oops. This brush opacity. Here we go. Thinking like that. And then we're gonna warm up the shaded area a little. We're gonna do the white feathers last. Just get the base shading down before we move on to adding the details. I don't want to go too crazy. With the shading. Let me fix this base layer. We didn't get it close enough line work down here. Sometimes you really can't tell those things until you darken up the lines. There we go. All right, feather fill. Where were we? Shading. Looks like their feet actually have a little bit of orange, which I know before I just I chose like stick with all one color, but for this one I actually think I'm gonna switch it up because it's not like there is some like darkness to it, so it's a little orange, a little not, and I kind of like that. Won't be too distracting, especially since like in this design the flippers aren't as big of a deal, where the other one they were like really, because they were laying down, it was kind of like sticking forward. It's like the first thing you really see, so I didn't want to get too distracted by that. Okay, so we're gonna move slightly up into the more orangey zone as we warm up these shades. I'm gonna exaggerate the saturation just because I like making, you know, I like making things more saturated than real life really is. Just makes it a little bit more exciting. Let's blend these in. And then we're gonna find like an in-between shade. Really want to blend. Go a little more into the red here. This is a good in-between blender. It's a little lighter, but it's not quite a highlight. But it adds a nice saturation in there as well. All right, let me turn off that fan, guys, real quick. BRB. Alright guys, I'm back. Let's wrap up this duck. It's getting cold. Okay. So how do we want to go about... I don't want the white to be like too contrasty in the feathers. So maybe we start with just like a dull gray, like that kind of thing, and then we build it up. Maybe that's what we do. So let's kind of do that. I'm gonna flip this duck reference. Put his face in the same way. Where's my little toolbar? Here we go. We can use this as reference. Okay. Let's see here. So we get some like white. I'm gonna put this on another layer actually. Maybe I gray this down even more. Let's build it up really slow. Just because I want to be... Just trying to imagine. This is kind of how I did the feathers on my Y2K ducks. You can see on this one. See if I can get this off without breaking it, guys. I almost knocked this down the other day. Come on. For some reason it's stuck. But there we go. See if you guys can see this without it glaring. But you can see... Oh, we're getting a lot of glare. You can see the feathers though. How I kind of like faded a little bit before I went into like the bright white. So I'm gonna do something similar to that. Let me prop this up. I honestly need to get nails to put these on like this wall so you guys can actually see the artwork. Otherwise, I need to figure out how to like readjust my camera. But that's what we're gonna do with this little duck. And so it looks like there's some white markings. Kind of come up around the eye. It's like natural eyeliner. It's like inverted. Instead of it being darker, it's brighter. Feathers here. And the nose, we're gonna use our imagination for the other side. And then I'm actually gonna add a little more on the cheeks than they had. And then as we come down into the neck. I actually get a lot. It's almost all white on the chest there. And then it gets a little patch here. We don't know exactly what the belly looks like, but we can get kind of a good idea of what's happening. Here's the arms. Like this. I should have, before I closed out, I should have seen what breed of duck this is, because it's really pretty. It's almost like a cayuga, but they're like the brown and black and white instead of the black and white. And maybe a little like this. Actually, we're not getting much on the tail there. And then yeah, we're just gonna add a little more. Just because I want to make sure people know that these are markings and not like the duck sweating or something weird. Alright, so let's up the saturation as we build into lighter. I'm just gonna do little pops of color in between as we work our way. Work our way up. Here we go. Do 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 do. This is gonna be a pain in the neck to record. I don't know why I do this to myself, guys. Alright, now we gotta work lighter. This may actually look terrible. I'm just gonna have to scrap it, but I'll at least try doing it. Let's see if I can replicate this. This feather pattern. I feel like I was very much intimidated when I did the Y2K ducks. But then I was able to get to work, so you just have to be really selective with the feathers. And so I think we're gonna layer then some brown ones on top. Let's get a little darker than that. Just so it looks like it's not just the white feathers that have feather texture. It should be all the feathers. Which is a little different. I might start doing my ducks with the more of the feather designs, which I kind of like. I think it's nice to have a little texture to the designs, you know? I think I should use a... No, I don't think I'm going to. Just trying to decide how I want to shade these then. White feather. This doesn't look as clean as I was hoping it would look. Maybe I just need to work more in patches. And maybe like contrast isn't bad. Because I feel like I did work a little bit less in the shaded in the other one. Like make it look more like almost more like a paint horse, actually. Actually, should these feathers... I imagine they would be like... How do we want to have them fold around? They kind of push backwards. And then a bit more like that. I'm not giving up on this yet, guys. I want to see if I can get this to work. Then we have to, like, the white eyeliner. Maybe it just connects up into here. And then these feathers. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Okay. Highlights a little bit. Definitely up there on the cheek when I get some. Maybe we don't worry too much about... It kind of looks right. So I want to darken up the feathers a little more underneath, maybe. Go back to this darker shade we had going. I feel like I may have simplify this a little bit. What time are we? Almost 5? Okay. I just want to make sure we have enough time to work on the Reggie origins. Oops. Let's make sure these are properly layered. You know what? Let's add in the bill and the flippers and see if we feel better about it then. Because, like, maybe that's part of what's bothering me. Speed flipper. Fill, here we go. Put that layer. Okay, so this duck, it's like almost, there's some green shades in there. It's kind of cool. There we go. Let's lighten up the top a little. Maybe a little more orangey, just because I want it to be too... If we go too green, it'll be way too contrasty against the rest of the color of the duck. So we gotta be subtle with that green. We play it more into a brown, I think it'll work. But I don't want to totally get rid of it, you know what I mean? Okay, and so the feet actually have orange to it. But it's very, very subtle. Actually, it looks like it's more orangey in where the bone structure is. I was doing it inverted. And then less orange in the middle part. Imagine the legs orange too. There we go. Let's lighten it up just a hair on some of the points there. So we don't end up too dark. The windows turned on storage sense? I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna have to ask about that one. I really don't like it when my computer just assumes to do things. It's like, you did what? Nobody gave you permission to do that? Oops. Let me outline a little with this. Actually, that looks terrible. Let's go back to what I had. What shade is this? Let's make it a little darker. Just a wee right there. So much of me would like to not work on Reggie Origins and just paint for fun, but we gotta do it, guys. Your girl doesn't like animating. Oh, I took that too. Bit too dark. I think I just don't like, I don't like the feathers up here, the brown ones. It looks too like stripey. I'm gonna smooth out the complexion a little bit. Do 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 do. I'm trying to remember how I did this when I did my Y2K Deck series. We lost the bill fill there for a minute. Where's my old brush? Here we go. Let's light this up a little bit. I'll give myself 2 more minutes on this deck. And let's do the eyes. And we also decide on a shirt. Shirt color. Can I do that in 2 minutes? That's a really good question. Dun, 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 dun. What color should I do? Like red? That might be cute. Because we're already kind of going with like the red feathers. Or do we do like a white? I feel like we should do some type of color. Let's start with red. If we hate it, we can switch things up. They also have a watch, which will need color, and the headband. But I want the shirt and the headband to match. Get that base fill in. All right, let's play around with some different shades. Oh, I don't hate purple. Blue is not terrible. It was more like a turquoise blue. That could be pretty. Maybe lighten it a little bit more. Actually, pink actually could be cute. Oh no, guys. Oh, we got like this. We could go orange. Orange could be cute. Oh, what about green? What if we did a more like... What if we did a... Let me get this bluer. What if we did more like a forest green? No, now it looks like they're like... It looks like military camouflage. Okay, we're gonna choose something cute. We gotta choose something. Maybe pink. I feel like I'm leaning towards the pink. Not 100%. I want it to be like a warmer pink. Let's give me like hot pink. I used to have like a neon hot pink tank top. That was actually very similar to this one. That was back when I was in my pink era. It's because I used to dress up like all the tack I would ride with for my horse would be like pink. It was pink everything. And then my sister was like lime green. We'll have to deal with like these flippers. I feel like I'm not loving those orange shades, but so I should draw the inside of the mouth. We're getting there. I think that's kind of cute. I definitely think I need to get better at painting different like duck breeds. So we're gonna have to do better, guys. All right, let's get Blender rolling. You know, maybe we don't work a whole hour on Reggie. Maybe we just do 30 minutes and then we paint, because I don't love. All right, you know what? Let's just see where we're at. It may not be that bad. It may not be that bad. All right, so last thing we did is we had... Let me get Photoshop closed. So we got this shot of Reggie. Hey, Cuphead. I need to do the shadow. That's what I needed to do. And I think we needed one more shot. Set a keyframe here. There, I think we need to have that where it's like the hand disappears. And then it cuts to the next scene. Yeah, let's actually cut that shorter. There we go. So the hand. I think I have the shadow coming. I think it's in this frame. So this will be the shadow layer. And I know I said I wasn't going to do fills, but here we go. We're doing it. Let's see. Let's do like a gray 2 look like. It's pretty shadowy. I'm gonna put this under the perspective. There we go. Now it looks more like a shadow. So it'd probably be like oh, we need to add it. We need to add a keyframe for it. Let's just put that in there. Do 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 do. I want the shadow to almost look like a hand itself, actually. As it, oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Boom, boom. I feel like in this frame we're not getting enough between here and here movement. The keyframe. And the shadow's gonna come down. I have to do some tweaking. Maybe more like this. Commenting for the algorithm. Thanks, Joe. It's a slow day. But that's me speaking to like, what's that expression? Preaching to the choir, I guess. Watch, people are gonna start flooding in. All we needed was Joe to put in a good word for the algorithm. As the shadow comes in, reach. There we go. But regardless, you got a lot of work done. It's so true. Like, I'm doing this work anyway, so that's why I'm like, I'm just gonna stream it. Like, I'd be doing this anyway, so might as well. Always keep that in mind while streaming. Indeed, indeed. All right, let's see if we can get the sculpt brush to work. It's not gonna work. Why, Blender? Why are you like this? I would really love someone to tell me why that is broken. One of these days, someone who knows better about Blender is gonna be able to help me with that. It is not this day, it seems. Sorry, we're just gonna redraw it. What? Is this when Reggie got adopted at PetSmart? Yeah, pretty much. And he's about to get prime shipped. That'll be in part 3. I don't know, you guys. What do you think about this shadow here? I feel like I'm not... We're not doing something right. Okay, if the hand is like this. Like this. It technically needs to pull back more. But actually, probably not. Probably not the way I'm doing. Which means, guys, I'm gonna have to put a fill on the hand, aren't I? Because we're seeing the shadow through the hand. That doesn't make any sense. What have we done? It's okay. Grab, pull, turn. Do. This doesn't have to be the world's most perfect shadow placement anyway. It just needs it needs to get the feeling conveyed, you know? Oh shoot, I added neither. I added another keyframe. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, next frame. Guys, I don't want to work on Reggie. I want to be painting. Animating's too hard. It's actually not that hard. It's not that bad. Can't help but I like the complain sometimes. And maybe we go one more keyframe. We're moving about this pacing, then we add one here, and then it disappears. All right, let's run it back. Shadow. Grabs Reggie. Pulls out. Okay. I actually don't hate it. So, what we're gonna do is instead of... Oh, actually, we might still want to put a fill on the hand because we're seeing, like, the background through it. Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna fill the hand layer. I didn't want to have to do this. But we're gonna do it. Because it's gonna look best if we do it that way. So we already have a fill layer, actually. Which we can use. Alright, so we're gonna use white. I just might need to go back and change where this keyframe starts, though. Yeah, because it starts there, which is not ideal. Boom. Boom. Pretty much fill this whole section. Next keyframe. Honestly, doing the fills is sometimes like a little therapeutic. Like it's not Doesn't take a lot of brain work. It's just a matter of doing layer after layer. Oh my gosh, I'm so hunched over, guys. Oh, I gotta sit up straight. Okay. Maybe I don't need my camera. I sit myself closer. Pull my tablet. Guys, am I gonna lose my voice? Where's my water bottle? Oh, here it is. Had it propped up. I feel like towards the end of stream, I sound like I've been smoking. Guys, I don't smoke. Yo, Joe, spreading rumors and lies. I don't smoke. Ain't no way. Remember I was saying earlier on stream, I'm here for a long time, not a good time. So that means smoking's out. Low key, you need to stop. Don't tell me what to do. It's like asking Joe to give up coffee. Oh, speaking of which, you said you were gonna like cut down the amount you drink. Have you actually done that? I'm gonna reverse the roles here. Will this cover Reggie's line? I feel like I can stick Reggie's line under here. Nope. I'm doing 3 cups a day. Sometimes I feel like if you talk about quitting, you end up drinking more. Honestly, so earlier I was trying to make tea and I was like, oh chat, I need to get tea with some caffeine. We don't have any tea except for one black tea that has caffeine in it, and I can't drink that one because it made my stomach sick. So I'm like, we need more caffeine teas. Like, I'm pretty sure there's some green teas that have caffeine. Like, we gotta get some of those. Okay, so this line covers here. Some parts of Reggie we don't want to have. I need to erase out some of the hand here, guys. Man, I really wish the smudge tool was working for us, but it's not. Oh. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, where's Reggie's layer? No, we need to use the hand layer. Just point. Erase these. There we go. Okay, back to the fill. Another keyframe. It's like some of the layers I wanted Reggie. You know what? Let's put the fill layer back under. We'll put Reggie on top. And what we're going to do is just erase out. I don't know why I didn't do this in the beginning. Just going to erase out Reggie there. Problem solved. I haven't done fill layers in a while, so my workflow is terrible. Let's also, hold up, let's go back to this hand. Use a regular line. Put the nail in there. Will we even see the nail? I feel like the thumb would angle down, so maybe something like that. Fill layer. Are we using gray? No, we were using white because we're doing the hand. Alright, do we got our keyframes in here going? I think we do. Make sure I'm on the right layer. Yeah, like this part of Blender, this part makes sense to me. Earlier I was like, I'm completely out of my depths though, trying to figure out how to rig a character. I'm like, ain't no way. Wait a minute, guys. Should I be feeling Reggie too? I probably should be. Well, that's alright. We got a keyframe on every page anyway. Yeah, let's just freaking... What's that, a keyframe here? Let's just fill all of Reggie. Or at least anywhere where we see the floor. New keyframe. Actually, we don't need to do that. Actually, we do need to do that. I lied. Here we go. Good enough for that one. New one here. This tail. I think, guys, this is I think it's my 14th stream. Which is pretty crazy. It feels like yesterday I was doing my first one. I feel like I've gotten more chill while doing it. Which is good. I figured I would. There's always just like trying to like get the process down for like starting stream and all that. Like learning how to use OBS. Yo, Joe's excited. Joe's like over there with, he probably have like over 1,000 streams. Like 14 streams, that's like absolutely nothing, but one day at a time. Gotta start somewhere. It's so true. Starting small. Oh wait, shoot, I don't want to add a keyframe there. I already have one. Yeah, I was telling chat earlier because I frequently leave to get tea. And I was like, I need to make like a I'm an away screen and it's like a duck drinking tea or something. Or maybe like a duck brewing tea, steeping tea. I'm like, I need to make one of those. Okay, for the shadow. I don't know, guys. I don't want to ruin like this layer. Oh, it still looks... Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I'm getting too caught up in like... This is what happened with the other Reggie one where I went ham with the fills and it was just way too much. I'm like, I just need to chill with the fill layers and let it go how it ends up looking. Doesn't need to be perfectly filled since it's not like a finished animation. I honestly would love to see how people do that though. Like, I have no idea how you would use these brushes and... See if I can erase this out. Like, I just don't know how they end up making it look so smooth and clean. And they use just Blender. It's like insane. Like, what are they doing? Like, that's a lot of time. Okay, maybe we turn off. There's way too much stabilization on this brush. Too much and it ends up wonky. Almost 5:30. We're doing good. We're doing good. The next scene needs some like cleaning up, so if we have time to get to that, it'll be good. fingers, this layer. Alright, we need to erase out some of Reggie here. Do 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 do. Oh, that's the wrong layer. There we go. Did I put a fill on this one yet? I did not. Okay, let's add a keyframe. We're doing like all the work that's making me sleepy today. Hopefully we'll have some more exciting stuff to do tomorrow. But you know, we gotta get these fills done. A necessary evil. Here we go. Great part is that with the rest of these drawings, I actually, since I drew the backgrounds, I kind of just erase them out. But this is the only scene where we really get the hand coming in, and it's almost like I wasn't gonna redraw the background for every frame. That would jitter way too much. So that's why we're having to do fills on this layer, and we didn't do it on the other one. Actually, let's just go through and like clean up Reggie where we need. Oh, this frame needs it. How about the one before? No, we're good. His little feet are kicking. It's so cute. Okay. Almost done with the fill. I realize that's out of the frame, but I usually do it anyway in case I end up changing the camera. It's easier to just do it right the first time. You know what I mean? Alright, let's run this back. Watch on my other monitor. Oh, I like it, guys. I genuinely like it, actually. Considering I haven't done animatics in forever. This isn't terrible. Cool. That means we're done with it. All we need to do is this beauty of a scene. Is our last one. Yeah, this looks hella scuffed right now, but don't worry, guys. I have a plan. First, we're gonna do the background, which I actually have on another layer. We're gonna call this our rough. And so we need to draw in the rest of the warehouse back there. Let me lower the opacity on this one. So we're gonna do lots of drawing and lots of figuring out perspective. So let's reference back to our original sketches. I gotta see what the frames look like before this, guys. I want to see how I drew the warehouse so I get the boxes correct. Reggie origin story. Here we go. Looks like I never screenshotted it, which is fine because I can just go back and do it now. Or we get this lovely pan out. So we had a larger box. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. My hotkey doesn't work in Blender. I have to remember that. Alright, just plop it up there so I can see. Doo-doo. Last frame. Alrighty. I'm gonna also make this line work bigger. Not use the wave fill. And again, I'm not gonna stress about how this background looks. I realize I have a tendency of like overworking my backgrounds and then they look kind of ugly. So they're gonna look ugly, but in an artistic way. That's the difference, guys. It's not gonna look like I tried to make something pretty, but it ended up sloppy. It's gonna be like, no, she just wanted it loose from the get-go, you know? And then here's the other. Which means we're gonna have to raise this layer a little. Because you know how you know how I feel about tangents. Okay. I just kind of had like the rows like this. And there's gonna be even more in the background. I probably won't see any more than that. Infinite rows of okay, let's turn on our I'm gonna drag this line. Oh shoot, that's not what I want to do. This line I drew too far. And draw it to this corner. Okay. So this line was out here. The amount of focus it's taking just for me to draw boxes in perspective is very humbling. Okay, it does bother me that this is clearly not straight. We could just make it a wee bit straighter. Oh my lord, here we go. Okay, no, guys, I got an idea. If I don't have to draw as far, maybe I can draw it straighter. We can do this. Let me angle my tablet right. I heard there was a trick to drawing straight lines. It's a certain, that was better. It's a certain way you have to lock your arm and only, like, you don't move your wrist. You're essentially like trying to like, I don't know how to explain it. Clearly I'm not that good at it, but it's because I'm leaned in too far. Hold up. We got this. that'll do. I think my only issue with this scene is it almost feels like it's not. There we go. That felt a little bit better. I think the box needs pushed back, maybe. Because it's supposed to be getting pulled out and away from it. Let's do that. Come on. I could draw a straight line. All right, now. I feel like we need to increase this angle so we're looking more downward. And then we get and the box needs to be actually back here more. And then we're gonna see we start to see the edge there. Also, I want to make sure this doesn't feel. Let me see if I can pick this line up a little. Because I think we would see more of the top. And then maybe we're seeing too much here. Okay. So it's good. Wait, a little bit more extreme than that. And then this box. Oh, like that. I feel like let me hide Reggie quick. I'm having issues with the box here. It's not convincing enough. You know? Maybe it needs to be. Wait, here's what's wrong. They shouldn't be straight anymore. Right? Because we're coming down from the top and they would converge on that line. It feels better. I don't want the background to be too distracting. I think that works right now. Let's see what we got going with Reggie. I'm gonna also lower background opacity because I really want the focus to be on Reggie. All right, so Reggie's layer. Let's add some movement to this. I'm gonna get rid of that layer. Although I'm not sure if it's safe to do that. These are like my original box ideas when I rough this out. Okay. Alright, it's gone. Let's change this to rough animations. Alright, so let me think. The hand. Kind of get like the thumb. It's probably gonna be more. Oops. Gonna make my brush hole smaller there. This is probably more like around where the knuckles would be. And the hand. Get the thumb in here. Alright, so in terms of like Reggie, let me duplicate this. So, because the hand doesn't really need to change, but Reggie does. Reggie's alive. What should we have his arms doing? Like flapping? I don't know. Or should we more like that? Wonder if we should have like the camera. Should we have like Reggie zoom as well? Like, you know those shots where it's like somebody screaming and then the camera like goes all the way like into the mouth of the character? Like, I'm thinking maybe something like that. Let me remember how I'm supposed to do this, guys. How does one... Okay, scale. And then we go over here. And we had to do... We should probably also do location. How do I get to my... Gotta go to my dope sheet. Here we go. Oh, apparently I already had him scaling a little. Apparently I animated that before already. Okay, and then I do location. I kind of like that. I wonder if I should have... Go back to my grease pencil. Maybe we don't have the keyframes switch exactly exactly when the background switches, so it's not as like, I feel like we're not able to notice enough of like what's even happening with him because the background's changing as quickly as he is. And then maybe his beak gets really big. Because Reggie's hella scared right now. Let's get the face markings on. I think this one needs to come up farther actually. I have a tendency to like make the faces of the characters I'm drawing, and I am holding back really hard. Like I feel like all like animators and artists probably do it. Alright, we gotta fix the face here. And the eyes. Do 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 do. Little feathers. Gotta fix the top of the head here. Although these are still rough sketches, so I guess it doesn't really matter how bad these look. This last one actually looks the best. I don't know how I pulled that off. I kind of like the idea of the head tilting up more as we get closer to the camera, because they're kind of headed that direction. Maybe I should have him looking. Would he be looking up more? I think so. I don't know why that layer is coming in front. It's because... Hold up, there should be an option here where the drawing comes in front. In the display port? Line scanning strokes. Viewport display. Vertex groups. There is an option in here. Then settings. It's a modifier. Object. Here's all I gotta do, guys. Let me grab this other layer. Background. Although I have that one keyframed, so I just have to be... I don't think it actually is keyframed. There we go. It was just interfering with the... It was moving in front of the other grease pencil. Kind of like this ending to tie in with what like just happened in the other shots. Let's run this whole thing back, guys. We gotta play this. We gotta play this through proper. We turn off all these things. Again, we have to ignore that one scene that's not actually supposed to be there. That one. Just ignore that scene. Camera pulls out. Do. I might need to add some like cross perspective lines there. I don't know why I didn't do that. Ladder dude. Yeah, that's why I wanted to have that scene where they're kind of like hearing him come up the ladder. Because I feel like we just need a little more time in between him reaching in to grab. Reggie, no. Pacing feels a bit off, not gonna lie. We're gonna have to do something about that. Yeah, pacing, but still, it's not a big deal. That's what they already knew I had to fix. But I do like the idea of keeping that one ladder scene in between that one shot, just because it's just like the pacing between him coming up the ladder and suddenly reaching it is too much. We need like another scene in between. But honestly, we did good, guys. I'm trying to think. I feel like I don't want to really work on this anymore. We've got 10 minutes. Maybe I show you guys my collection that I recently finished and is now on my website. Let me get that pulled up. Because I know I was talking about the collection earlier. I wanted to show it to you guys. Let me just get it opened. Alrighty. Let's save this file first. Okay, we're good to go. This is actually part of the collection. And then here we have... Okay, hold on. Let me make my Chrome tab smaller. There we go. So you guys can see it all properly. So this is like... Each of these, like, I made into 3 different color palettes. So this one's Crimson is what I ended up calling it. And so it's all like floral designs, but I wanted to keep the line work like simple. And there really is no like line art. It's just like straight design. And then I can show you the different color variations. This one is lilac. I really like this one. I feel like my favorite in the purple. Honestly, I'm kind of happy with how they all turn out. I feel like each palette has its own charm. And then this one I called Earth. Which I love. I use this as my background. I absolutely love the stripe one. And this one especially. And then I did some like... just kind of like mock-ups of how it would look. And honestly, like, these are kind of cool. So at some point, I'm going to try and make, like, some wall art out of the patterns as well. I've been trying to figure out how to do that. I can kind of show you guys one of the ones I came up with. Well, we got to reopen Photoshop. But I was toying around with how to make my service design prints into wall art. Because I would really like to have some of them, like, actually, like, framed. And I was like, well, I can't like wallpaper my walls, so to speak. Although I could do that. I could do like an accent wall. I don't know how you can get custom wallpaper. I'd have to figure that out. Let me find this file though, because I am working on because I saw like it was almost like how people display them in portfolios, and I was like, well, why don't just make that as wall art? Because that would be kind of cool. This is a huge file. Yeah, so this is what I came up with for the coastal array. Is that what I called it? Yeah. So it has my like description that's in the portfolio about the collection. and kind of like the ideas for the designs, as well as the collection's name, and then of course my name's in there. But I thought this is a fun way to like display like cohesively all the patterns together. Like it looks really cool actually. And so I have these done. So I want to do something similar with this collection. But I was pretty happy how this turned out. I need to add some more probably images to this. I'm gonna show you guys coastal. This is like the illustrations to go with the collection. And then it has the surface design patterns as well. Again, these are just like mock-ups I did to go along with it. I was pretty darn happy with this one. I feel like it had the exact vibe I wanted it to have, like vision-wise. So this pattern is like my favorite. This is like bubbles, I called it, I'm pretty sure. Really like this one. Can be fun to have like a beach towel with this print, I feel like. Also really like this one. I don't know, I just like the it's like still organic with the dots and the shapes, but I feel like the like stripes of like it's almost like I wanted it to be like planks of wood. I like just kind of like the vertical and horizontal lines, so I usually like stripy patterns. And then I did this as like another kind of like a diagonal stripe. I like how that one turned out as well. This one kind of reminded me of Animal Crossings, kind of like how their water almost like it kind of like feels like it's all flowing in one direction as a texture. So it reminded me a little bit of that one. And then this is, of course, I like this one a lot because it's all the lighthouses together, which was very loosely inspired by a shower curtain we used to have. What did I do? There we go. I think I zoomed in. And then we got this one. I was early like on a roll with the diagonals. I really liked them, so I did this one with all the seashells and the seahorses from the illustrations. This one I feel like I did a lot better at incorporating like elements from the patterns and the illustrations like collectively together. So I'm pretty happy with that. This one is like my favorite of the shells. I don't know, I like especially when it's printed larger. Like I genuinely want the shower curtain actually. It also really made me want to have like a beach house. I'm like, that actually be nice to have any house. But a beach house, I'm like, if you're gonna dream, sure, I'll have a beach house and then be able to decorate it. So yeah, that's Coastal Ray. And then what's another one? The one I had done before that I think was, so I did the Ducky Days, but there is not a pattern that goes with these. These are just illustrations. These are my Ducky Days, which I got the armchair ducky printed out. There we go. I want to get more. I want to get the one where he has the knife, the big like butcher's knife. Get that one printed to hang in the kitchen. I think it's kind of funny. And then also I'd like to get this one where they sleep through their alarm, because that is definitely me. I want to probably give this one here with the hair colors to my sister. I feel like Rose would like that. Yeah, Ducky Days is really cute. Although I did make like this spotted print for the background for the wall art pieces, so I guess you could say there's a pattern that go with it, but it's not really like duck themed. And then we have the Y2K ducks. This kind of just talks about the palette. And my like the ideas for it. I'm not gonna read through all this with you guys. And then some of my inspiration. These are some of our ducks, by the way. And then I have these illustrations. I also feel like what I didn't do and I should do, I still need to update this, is I wanted to have, like, I have files of just the ducks without their background elements, and I feel like it might be nice for people to be able to see that as well. So I need to do that, but these are all the ducks from the Y2K series. I have this one, the one I was just showing you earlier. I have her. I have Jessica, and I gave them names. And then I have the one up here on the left, Ashley. They were like my two favorites. I love this one as well, but I had to like pick between them. And this duck is like modeled after one of the ducks we have, as well as this one down here. Actually, they all are, except the only duck we haven't had was this one. We haven't had this type of duck yet. So, but these patterns I made to go with this collection were so much fun. So this one's just like all like hair accessories, like scrunchies, headbands, the little butterfly clips. Remember the like the hair ties that had like the little beads on it? Those things hurt so much if you get hit with it. But yeah. So there's that one, the hair accessories. And then I have like shoes and bags. So I also took the shoes that the ducks are wearing in the collection and put them into the pattern designs for this one. I can make it a little bit bigger for you guys to see. And then I had like two variations, so like this purpley blue shade palette and then the pink one. Bro, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, and then here's the last one, which is Y2K Tech Nostalgia. So we got Tamagotchi, we got, I think I pronounced that right. We got some Walkmans, we got flip phones. Yeah, this one was kind of fun. Also doing like, I had only recently, I never had one when I was a kid, the Tamagotchi. I think we pronounce it different here in America than it's supposed to be pronounced in Japanese. But anyway, I'd never heard about them, and I ran into them somewhere on the internet, and I was like, what is that? So I ended up in a rabbit hole of Googling it, and I was like, I need to add this to my Y2K nostalgia. And apparently they still make them. And there's like there's like Star Wars themed ones. There's like K-pop groups who gets ones themed after it. And so I low-key want one, but I'm like, I don't need more stuff laying around, so I've held off. But yeah, this is what I'm hoping to do with all the surface design, be able to make them into patterns. These are just the different ratios for printing. That's why they're the variations here, but that's what I've been working on. Let me close that. But yeah, guys, we're coming to the end. Again, happy National Bagel Day to those who celebrate. And tomorrow I will be back with another stream. We're gonna probably maybe work on the painting. Honestly, I don't think we should work on it too much more because it is just a study. So maybe work on it one more day and then just call it before we start another paint study. We might work on Reggie. That's kind of up in the air, but we're definitely going to work on the children's book and possibly some silly ducks. We pretty much finished coloring that one we were working on, so maybe finish him up and then brainstorm some ideas for some new ones, because we got to think up some more ducks to do because we are out of ideas, and I would love to have more of February's ready to go. So we're gonna do that. But yeah, I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you everyone for stopping by, and I will be back tomorrow same time as it was today, 2 Eastern time, 2 in the afternoon Eastern time to 6. But I'll be seeing you guys.